Natural. Protection you can trust.
When it comes to building, local experience matters. At Mid-South Lumber, our team knows the job, and we'll help you get it right the first time. From weekend DIY projects to full custom builds, you'll get solid materials, fair prices, and service you won't find at a big box store. That's why we're the biggest little lumber yard in Panama City. Mid-South Lumber. Shop local. Build with confidence. Let's quote your next project today.
This is Jill. She has one question.
Can I really turn this into a business?
At other banks, she found a maze of automated systems, endless holds. No one who cared. With Community Bank, the answer is yes, backed with real support.
We're happy to help.
At Community Bank, we don't just finance businesses, we help build them.
This is so cool.
Community Bank. Real people. Real support.
Now, from your trusted team of meteorologists at Panhandle Weather, this is your...
Okay, let's go ahead and talk about your forecast headlines across Northwest Florida. Good Wednesday, happy hump day. More heat, mainly afternoon showers and thunderstorms, something to keep in mind once again today. As we head into the weekend, a better chance of storms, maybe Friday, Saturday, and then we'll see rain chances taper off Sunday. And in the tropics, I don't have a whole lot of concerns out there. Maybe something over the extended period, but not a lot. So we'll see temperatures into the 90s. Watch for those showers and thunderstorms across our area this afternoon. Kids are going to be sweating once again, but notice when those rain chances pop up when the kids are kind of getting out of school. So we want to pay close attention to that. Now, so far we have a heat advisory in effect for Northwest Florida, not an extreme heat warning. The difference is 1 degree, but again, you see the potential that we'll stay a couple degrees cooler than what we were yesterday. We'll see the sea breeze come inland, and along that sea breeze, we'll see those showers and thunderstorms pop up across our area. And again, some could be good lightning producers. Some will be on the stronger side. We saw a ton of lightning yesterday, some very strong storms. Temperatures today, 90s, feels like temperatures close to 105 to 110, maybe 112 to 13 from Panama City over into Callaway. Upper 80s to near 90 at the beaches, mid to upper 90s inland. Same story. Second verse, same as the first. Rinse, wash, and repeat across our area. It is going to be hot once again over Northwest Florida. Now, as we look into your Thursday, 70s and 80s to start the day, and then we'll see temperatures into the 90s as we head into the afternoon. 103 days left in hurricane season. You see over the next 7 days, nothing expected to develop here across the tropical Atlantic, but I do want you to watch here as you move over time. This wave coming off the coast of Africa has some potential as we head through the upcoming weekend into next week for maybe some development there moving across the Atlantic. Now, it's not anything I'm really concerned about as far as the Gulf or anything, but it has the potential that we could end up with Dolly there, so we'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, you'll see again that moisture across Northwest Florida, and that moisture gets pushed a little bit to the south. That could maybe dry things out a little bit as we head a little bit deeper into the weekend. You see that right there? That's our trough of low pressure, swings to the east, the dry air comes in. So there's some potential there. Now that dry air heats up pretty efficiently, but we may see a drop in the humidity just a little bit. And our rain chances go down a little bit as well. So you'll see what's happening. Here's our big ridge of high pressure, shifts out to the west. Here's our trough developing across the east. It swings to the east, gives us a better chance of rainfall. And as it continues to move east, it allows drier air to come in on the backside, dropping those rain chances a little bit as we head into the weekend. For today, though, look at this ridge of high pressure out to the west. Heat potential, especially across the desert southwest, south central United States, Oklahoma, down through parts of Texas. Heat stress potential is pretty high, especially up across the Mississippi River Valley into Arkansas. But even back here into Northwest Florida, there's a ton of moisture out there, and you see how it's just hanging across the Gulf Coast. And with all that moisture and all that heat, it bubbles up the atmosphere, and we still have that chance of storms. There will be a risk of severe weather, front range of the Rockies out into the Plain States, flash flood potential up through the Ohio River Valley later on today. For us back here at home, rain chances scattered the next couple of days. As that trough gets closer Friday, Saturday, the rain chances go up just a little bit, and then we dry things out as we head into Sunday, Monday. All just kind of subtle differences, and you see how those storms pop up this afternoon and race their way inland, and then things die down. Heading into your Thursday, showers and thunderstorms popping up again into the afternoon and then drifting down to the south. As we head into Friday, showers and thunderstorms popping up and then drifting back down towards the south. Look at the lightning potential once again on our Safe Strike exclusive lightning tracker here. Not only today, but again, lightning potential as we head into Thursday, and we'll watch into Friday as well. I mean, this is Florida in summertime. We're the lightning capital of the United States for a reason, the Sunshine State is, so we'll continue to keep an eye on these afternoon showers and thunderstorms. The potential's there. You can pick up 1, 2, 3 inches of rainfall, but on average will be a quarter to a half inch to an inch of rainfall. Temperatures this weekend, upper 80s. Again, a little bit better chance of rain Saturday, smaller chance on Sunday. As far as inland areas, we'll still have a chance both days. Temperatures into the 90s, maybe a drop in that humidity. We have the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital car and motorcycle show going on over at Dillard's in Panama City. Right now, the rain chances seem rather tolerable, but it is going to be hot with temperatures into the 90s expected there into Panama City. Highs over the next week, 90s, lows into the 70s and 80s. So just subtle differences. The core of the heat out to our west, but we're still expected to be above average across the northern Gulf Coast. And for the latter part of August into the beginning of September, precipitation is expected to be near average, but temperatures continuing to cook across our area. Here's that 7-day forecast. High temperature is going to be into the 80s and 90s. Notice our rainfall chances a little bit higher as we head into Friday, Saturday, then decreasing Sunday and Monday. But for the most part, the heat remains, maybe just a little drop in humidity.
Your community, your forecast. Covering Panama City 24/7. Thank you for watching Panhandle Weather. Your community, your forecast. Proudly serving Wausau. Thank you for watching Panhandle Weather.
Join us at 6 p.m. for Panhandle Weather Live.
We'll recap all the important weather developments from the day and look ahead to what's next.
Keeping your family ready for whatever Mother Nature has in store for Northwest Florida.
The names you know, the experience you trust.
Panhandle Weather Live, weekdays at 6.
Your piece of land demands the very best equipment. Kubota equipment. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. With professional grade mowers, versatile sidekick utility vehicles, and compact tractors that get it done right. All backed by unmatched dealer support. Talk to your dealer today to schedule a demo.
Spring is in the air, and there's no better time to refresh your yard or garden. At Reeves Nursery, our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find exactly what you need. From trees and palms to flowers, mulch, fertilizer, and everything in between, we've got a wide variety available at fair prices. Reeves Nursery, your true one-stop shop for all things landscaping. Come see our amazing collection on Highway 77 in Southport.
Are you ready to take a bite out of your beach cravings? Then come to Sharky's Beachfront Restaurant and Tiki Bar. Experience our savory featured menu items like the spicy Thai shrimp, oyster combo, mango mahi salad, and fish tacos. Don't miss our succulent snow crab legs, steamed and served with warm melted butter. At Sharky's, there's fun for the whole family, from the playground on the beach to live entertainment in the evening. So kick back, relax, and have a bite at Sharky's Beachfront Restaurant, located on Front Beach Road.
Your community, your forecast. Thank you to Phoenix Springs for watching Panhandle Weather. Your home should feel comfortable, not invaded. At True North Pest Control, we don't just treat pests, we protect what matters most. Our expert team delivers safe, effective solutions that keep pests out for good so you can enjoy your home worry-free. Call True North Pest Control today for your free inspection. True North Pest Control. Protection you can trust.
Your piece of land demands the very best equipment. Kubota equipment. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. with professional-grade mowers, versatile sidekick utility vehicles, and compact tractors that get it done right. All backed by unmatched dealer support. Talk to your dealer today to schedule a demo.
When it comes to building, local experience matters. At Mid-South Lumber, our team knows the job, and we'll help you get it right the first time. From weekend DIY projects to full custom builds, you'll get solid materials, fair prices, and service you won't find at a big box store. That's why we're the biggest little lumber yard in Panama City. Mid-South Lumber. Shop local. Build with confidence. Let's quote your next project today.
Your community, your rhythm, your bank. Community Bank.
Now, from your trusted team of meteorologists at Panhandle Weather, this is your afternoon forecast update.
Okay, let's go ahead and talk about your forecast headlines across Northwest Florida. Good Wednesday, happy hump day. More heat, mainly afternoon showers and thunderstorms, something to keep in mind once again today. As we head into the weekend, a better chance of storms, maybe Friday, Saturday, and then we'll see rain chances taper off Sunday. And in the tropics, I don't have a whole lot of concerns out there. Maybe something over the extended period, but not a lot. So we'll see temperatures into the 90s. Watch for those showers and thunderstorms across our area this afternoon. Kids are going to be sweating once again, but notice when those rain chances pop up when the kids are kind of getting out of school. So we want to pay close attention to that. Now, so far we have a heat advisory in effect for Northwest Florida, not an extreme heat warning. The difference is 1 degree, but again, you see the potential that we'll stay a couple degrees cooler than what we were yesterday. We'll see the sea breeze come inland, and along that sea breeze, we'll see those showers and thunderstorms pop up across our area. And again, some could be good lightning producers. Some will be on the stronger side. We saw a ton of lightning yesterday, some very strong storms. Temperatures today, 90s. Feels like temperatures close to 105 to 110, maybe 112 to 13 from Panama City over into Callaway. Upper 80s to near 90 at the beaches, mid to upper 90s inland. Same story. Second verse, same as the first. Rinse, wash, and repeat across our area. It is going to be hot once again over Northwest Florida. Now, as we look into your Thursday, 70s and 80s to start the day, and then we'll see temperatures into the 90s as we head into the afternoon. 103 days left in hurricane season. You see over the next 7 days, nothing expected to develop here across the tropical Atlantic, but I do want you to watch here as you move over time. This wave coming off the coast of Africa has some potential as we head through the upcoming weekend into next week for maybe some development there moving across the Atlantic. Now, it's not anything that I'm really concerned about as far as the Gulf or anything, but it has the potential that we could end up with Dolly there, so we'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, you'll see again that moisture across Northwest Florida, and that moisture gets pushed a little bit to the south. That could maybe dry things out a little bit as we head a little bit deeper into the weekend. You see that right there? That's our trough of low pressure, swings to the east, the dry air comes in. So there's some potential there. Now that dry air heats up pretty efficiently, but we may see a drop in the humidity just a little bit. And our rain chances go down a little bit as well. So you'll see what's happening. Here's our big ridge of high pressure, shifts out to the west. Here's our trough developing across the east. It swings to the east, gives us a better chance of rainfall. And as it continues to move east, it allows drier air to come in on the backside, dropping those rain chances a little bit as we head into the weekend. For today, though, look at this ridge of high pressure out to the west. Heat potential, especially across the desert southwest, south central United States, Oklahoma, down through parts of Texas. Heat stress potential is pretty high, especially up across the Mississippi River Valley into Arkansas. But even back here into Northwest Florida, there's a ton of moisture out there, and you see how it's just hanging across the Gulf Coast. And with all that moisture and all that heat, it bubbles up the atmosphere, and we still have that chance of storms. There will be a risk of severe weather, front range of the Rockies out into the Plains states, flash flood potential up through the Ohio River Valley later on today. For us back here at home, rain chances scattered the next couple of days. As that trough gets closer Friday, Saturday, the rain chances go up just a little bit, and then we dry things out as we head into Sunday, Monday. All just kind of subtle differences. And you see how those storms pop up this afternoon and race their way inland, and then things die down. Heading into your Thursday, showers and thunderstorms popping up again into the afternoon, and then drifting down to the south. As we head into Friday, showers and thunderstorms popping up, and then drifting back down towards the south. Look at the lightning potential once again on our Safe Strike exclusive lightning tracker here. Not only today, but again, lightning potential as we head into Thursday, and we'll watch into Friday as well. I mean, this is Florida in summertime. We're the lightning capital of the United States for a reason, the Sunshine State is, so we'll continue to keep an eye on these afternoon showers and thunderstorms. The potential's there. You can pick up 1, 2, 3 inches of rainfall, but on average will be a quarter to a half inch to an inch of rainfall. Temperatures this weekend, upper 80s. Again, a little bit better chance of rain Saturday, smaller chance on Sunday. As far as inland areas, we'll still have a chance both days. Temperatures into the 90s, maybe a drop in that humidity. We have the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital car and motorcycle show going on over at Dillard's in Panama City. Right now, the rain chances seem rather tolerable, but it is going to be hot with temperatures into the 90s expected there into Panama City. Highs over the next week, 90s, lows into the 70s and 80s. So just subtle differences. The core of the heat out to our west, but we're still expected to be above average across the northern Gulf Coast. And for the latter part of August into the beginning of September, precipitation is expected to be near average, but temperatures continuing to cook across our area. Here's that 7-day forecast. High temperature is going to be into the 80s and 90s. Notice our rainfall chances a little bit higher as we head into Friday, Saturday, then decreasing Sunday and Monday. But for the most part, the heat remains, maybe just a little drop in humidity.
Your community, your forecast. Proudly serving Freeport. Thank you for watching Panhandle Weather. Your community, your forecast. Proudly serving Freeport. Thank you for watching Panhandle Weather.
Your piece of land demands the very best equipment. Kubota Equipment. The #1 selling compact tractor in the U.S. With professional-grade mowers, versatile sidekick utility vehicles, and compact tractors that get it done right. All backed by unmatched dealer support. Talk to your dealer today to schedule a demo.
When it comes to building, local experience matters. At Mid-South Lumber, our team knows the job, and we'll help you get it right the first time. From weekend DIY projects to full custom builds, you'll get solid materials, fair prices, and service you won't find at a big box store. That's why we're the biggest little lumber yard in Panama City. Mid-South Lumber. Shop local. Build with confidence. Let's quote your next project today.
Your home should feel comfortable, not invaded. At True North Pest Control, we don't just treat pests, we protect what matters most. Our expert team delivers safe, effective solutions that keep pests out for good so you can enjoy your home worry-free. Call True North Pest Control today for your free inspection. True North Pest Control. Protection you can trust.
Okay, here's a look at your forecast on this Wednesday. Guess what? More of the same. More heat, more humidity, more showers and thunderstorms across our area. High temperatures will climb up into the 90s. It won't be quite as bad as it was yesterday as far as the heat or the feels like temperatures, but look at these highs back up into the 90s. Notice the most of the day is dry, but once again, as the kids are getting home from school, we see those rain chances begin to increase across our area. So winds will be fairly light through about midday, but then there goes the sea breeze picking up into the afternoon with winds out of the west and eventually the southwest across northwest Florida. We have a heat advisory. So yesterday we had an extreme heat warning and a heat advisory. Today we have just the heat advisory across our area. But again, the difference between the two, really semantics, just a couple degrees. It will be hot no matter which way you slice it. 90s area wide, feels like temperatures about 105 to 110. In spots, it could be as high as 112 or 13. Meanwhile, we'll see upper 80s at the coast, mid 90s as you make your way inland. That will be the case as you move through Liberty County and over into Gulf County. Low 90s, Cape San Blas out over onto St. George Island, and we'll go mid to upper 90s across the I-10 corridor with feels like temperatures close to 110 degrees. Rainfall chances, again, still hanging around the next couple of days, and some of those storms will be pretty loud. A little bit better chance of rainfall Friday, Saturday, and I think that leads to a little, we'll say a little bit of a cool down across our area and say, well, where's this coming from? Well, watch what happens. Ridge of high pressure shifts to the west. Get this trough across the east. This will give us that little bit better chance of rain, and the thicknesses in the atmosphere won't be as high, and so that will lead to maybe a drop of a few degrees. And again, this is all semantics, but that trough eventually moves to the east. That puts us in a northerly flow, and that will give us, I think, a little bit of a cool down across northwest Florida. So let's talk about rainfall chances. Here go the showers and thunderstorms this afternoon once again. So some of those storms could be on the loud side, especially across the Highway 20 and I-10 corridor. Everything dies down tonight. We'll see as we move through the day today. There you go. There's that explosion of showers and thunderstorms by the early afternoon, gradually pushing its way inland, and then everything dies down this evening. As we head through your Thursday, we'll see again the showers and thunderstorms pop up, and the steering flow brings some of these back down towards the coastline. As we head into Friday and Saturday, another round of showers and thunderstorms will be possible across northwest Florida. So when we talk about rainfall totals, again, this time of year, you could get lucky at 1-2+ inches of rainfall. Other folks will see very little, very much splash and dash showers and thunderstorms. High temperatures right around 90 degrees over the next 7 days, lows into the 80s. Again, rain chances a little bit higher. You will notice those highs going from about 95, 96 down to 93 or 4, but for the most part, the heat remains over the next week.
Your community, your forecast. Thank you, St. Joe Beach, for watching Panhandle Weather. Now, from your trusted team of meteorologists at Panhandle Weather, this is a severe weather update.
Hey, and good afternoon. Meteorologist Chris Smith here in the Panhandle Weather Studios here on this Wednesday afternoon. Thunder boomers getting going across northwest Florida. Pretty good thunderstorm over into Okaloosa County. Not severe quite yet, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning over into Gulf County. Just talked to Charlie Wooten from our friends at iHeart, and he said it is coming down pretty bad there in Gulf County. In particular, the northern part of the county, you could see, when I say northern, it's not as far north as Weewa, but you see that kind of west, we'll go west central part of Gulf County. Our Safe Strike lightning tracker right now showing 283 lightning strikes here in the past 15 minutes. Is what we're looking at in this view here. There's a little bit over into Franklin and Liberty counties, but most of that lightning here is over into Gulf County. We also have a flood advisory in effect that goes until 4:30, so that's for a couple more hours here. As the thunderstorm activity, if we put it into motion, really hasn't been moving a whole lot here. You can see the storms kind of popping up and drifting out over across Mexico Beach and St. Joe Beach. But you look at, there's a bunch there to the south, goes back to the north. So if you're up there on the western part over towards East Bay and the western part of Gulf counties, you're wearing it for sure. There's a lot of lightning and torrential rainfall ongoing there. Now, as we widen out the picture, that thunderstorm warning goes until 3 o'clock. So we go for another 25 minutes in Gulf County, and then we have another till 4:30. Over as far as the flood advisory. You can see there's storms out over across the Gulf as well this afternoon. So let's go ahead and get down to business. You can see now a special weather statement for the northern part of Bay County. That is for a thunderstorm over Deer Point Lake right now, so a little bit farther north. You're probably hearing the ruckus if you're up into Southport or back over into Lynn Haven this afternoon. We'll check our cameras here in just a minute. You can see pretty good thunderstorm over the northern part of Walton County there. Special weather statement's been issued until 2:45, so for another 10 minutes up there towards the northern part of the county and down 331. Defuniak Springs okay right now, but you are looking at an outflow boundary here that's getting pushed out from that thunderstorm, and it's moving in this direction. We'll check our cameras again in just a minute, and we'll watch that outflow boundary come through Defuniak Springs, and that boundary could end up leading to the development of more showers and thunderstorms. Meanwhile, over into Okaloosa County, it has been coming down there to beat the band, and a ton of lightning right now over across the western part of the Choctawhatchee Bay. If we go right now and look at our Destin camera, this is over at Harbor Walk Village there in Destin, and you can see it is not raining just a little bit. It is raining an absolute ton right now, and you can see the artifacts there on the screen from time to time. That's lightning, and if you look here in the water, there was a lightning strike, but also here you can see in the water the movement there. That's from the wind that's blowing across the entrance to the harbor there, illustrating just exactly how windy it is here this afternoon. You can see that boat right there is just kind of hanging there. You look right now and the visibility, you can't even see barely the Marler Bridge. You can see a little bit right there, but that's how hard it's raining right now, currently over there in Destin, but also over towards Niceville, VPS, Shalimar, all kind of dealing with this right now with this thunderstorm. And just a few minutes ago, a little bit ago, I was checking this camera and the boats were all coming in because the thunderstorms were starting, and it's still, still coming down here. As a matter of fact, so if you go back over, this is a 1 hour loop. You can see there's the thunderstorm when it kind of started over there in Destin. So pretty much at that camera location, it's been just like really coming down here for quite a while. You can see the boundary up here, sea breeze moving inland, and then that's led to more thunderstorms near Niceville. So not much in Niceville, and then now a whole bunch. And then you see over towards Hurlburt Field and Eglin, a ton of lightning over there. And then now we're seeing obviously the thunderstorms over northern parts of Okaloosa County, northern parts of Walton County. And you see this thunderstorm here shooting out an outflow boundary that's moving down towards Campton and Auburn and Crestview. So we'll watch this because look right here, that boundary is helping to develop that thunderstorm right here. So in the end, this is just like it's been over the past few days. It's a bit of whack-a-mole. We don't know specifically what time it's going to rain at your house, but what we do know is that all these boundaries are going to be primed to trigger additional showers and thunderstorms across our area, including first spot was Gulf County, but you can see now these thunderstorms are kind of expanding here as you make your way up into northern Bay County, eastern Bay County. There's the Walton, Okaloosa County. We'll continue to watch this, and now you see central parts of Calhoun County starting to get going as well. Over near Frink, there's some lightning near Frink and Clarksville. The rain is just to the south of Clarksville, but you can obviously, if you're right there in Clarksville, you're hearing the lightning here this afternoon. So let's go ahead and start checking out some of our cameras here. You know what? Let's go to the WeatherStem cameras here first. I want to show you those down into, let's see, this is going to end up being, let's go down into Gulf County, okay? So let me scroll down here. Veterans Memorial Park. So this is kind of between Port St. Joe and Mexico Beach. And you know, like, here's the really interesting thing with this camera. Now, unfortunately, the refresh rate on this is normally really good, but I noticed it earlier. It's not really, the playing of it isn't all that great as far as we're only getting a frame every now and then. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on down there, but the interesting thing is I posted an image of this camera along with the radar just a little while ago, and all the flags are blowing from the south to the north. So they were blowing, you know, from the water inland, and now the flags are basically blowing inland out to the water from that thunderstorm. So we're clearly seeing the winds from those thunderstorms that are inland now kind of pushing out toward the bay there in the Gulf just a few moments ago. So we'll continue to kind of keep an eye on that. Let's go over into Mexico Beach. So this is just up just a little bit there over into eastern parts of Bay County. And let me see, I'm not sure which view this is going to end up being, but this is going to be, let's see, good evening or good afternoon, Tina and Carissa. Thank you very much for the scoop there. This is looking south down the canal in Mexico Beach there. And you can see, obviously, it's been raining. You can see it's lightening. Not lightning, but lightening as far as you look out toward the Gulf. Where that's because the thunderstorm activity is a little bit farther inland. Meanwhile, this is another view from Mexico Beach. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one here in just a second. And then I also want to show you what's going on over towards the White City area there in central parts of Gulf County. Let me go check Hurlburt Field in just a second. Okay, so this is White City there in Gulf County. We continue to see, again, heavy rain. We have the severe thunderstorm warning there that goes until 3 o'clock. So for another 15 minutes there in Gulf County. Now, let's, since we had a few folks that are obviously asking about what's going on over there at Hurlburt Field and the Eglin area. Okay, so they just did issue a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 3:30. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for southern parts of Okaloosa County until 3:30. And then obviously we had the severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 3 for 4 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock Central time over into Gulf County. And that's, you can see Overstreet. That was the camera I just showed you there in White City. There's obviously just kind of some light rainfall there, a little bit of lightning, but the bulk of the lightning right now is just to the west and south of Weewa and to the south of Watapo there along the northern part there of Gulf County. Additional thunderstorms developing over eastern parts of Bay County and now northern parts of Bay County up on toward Deer Point Lake. And then as we come over here into Okaloosa County, this is probably the strongest thunderstorm that we have right now. And the thing is, it's not moving a whole lot. As we look at live Doppler radar, we can look at our rainfall rate here. Let me go ahead and turn off the lightning tracker here for just a second. And we can look at, 6 inches per hour, 5 inches per hour, 7.2 inches per hour. And like the reality is while it's pouring rain at those rates, it's not moving a whole lot. In that, if we go back here, let's look at an hour ago. We were looking at less an hour ago, but for a good chunk of that, we've been at the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inch for these spots right here. So it's increasing, but we've seen this, continue at a pretty frenetic rate when it comes to the rainfall rates over here. As we look at, let's look at the rainfall totals in this area. Already we're looking at 1 to 2 inches of rainfall that we've seen, and that's technically over the last 3 hours, but you see 1 to 2 inches of rain in the past hour. So again, it's not really a whole lot different because again, it's just been raining there for in the ballpark of about an hour there over into Okaloosa County. And that includes Niceville, Shalimar, Fort Walton Beach, and over into Destin there at the harbor. So we'll bring it back and look at live Doppler radar here. Someone mentioned a tornado warning for that. Okay, Nikki, let's see about a tornado warning or maybe sirens at the base, which wouldn't surprise me. Now, I don't think it's because there's a tornado because, again, it's not really conducive today to a tornado. And obviously, we have a thunderstorm warning right now. But I think that's probably just because of the weather situation there that they sound the sirens on the base. They don't have the same rules that, like the Weather Service does because they got bazillion-dollar aircraft out there that are susceptible to the weather. And so, they tend to, they'll sound the alarm, if you will, precautionary just because of the risk of, the equipment that they have out there is worth so much money and susceptible to bad weather. So I don't think that there's a tornado over there at all, but that doesn't mean that damaging wind is not possible over there at the base. As a matter of fact, it is, it's pretty horrific right now over there at the base. I mean, just in, if you just look at the lightning and the rainfall there, that doesn't even include the velocity that we're looking at over there. And what we're looking at here right now, so look at the velocity data. Let's turn off. You can look at the radar estimates there. 16, that's not bad. 19, 27 miles per hour. 25 miles per hour. So, again, I'm not seeing 25 miles an hour, so I'm not seeing anything right there. that I'm overly concerned about, but again, the lightning and the rain are posing quite a threat here. And then also too, looks like we have an outflow boundary that's shot out from this. And you can see 32 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, 27 miles an hour, and that's pushing across the bay. So let's go ahead and look at this here. So we'll go back over the past 30 minutes. Okay. That's exactly what's happened. So it looks like we had a downburst right here and then an outflow boundary pushing off to the east, and that's now moving over towards the 331 bridge. So let's go look at our Santa Rosa Beach camera, and I bet this is going to give us a pretty cool view. Yeah, look at this. Okay, so this is exactly what we're talking about. So we showed it to you on radar, what it looked like, and then now this is what we're actually seeing in the sky there across the Choctawhatchee Bay as we get this shelf cloud continuing to push westward after it looks like we probably had like a downburst there over near the Choctawhatchee Bay with the very, very strong winds that came down from that thunderstorm there, and then now it hits the ground. It obviously can't go through the ground, and so then it gets pushed out, and that's what we're looking at here with this outflow boundary. And you look at right now, it's 89 degrees. It's a dew point of 80, so it is just gross as far as very thick, soupy atmosphere. And the wind is just southwest at 2 miles an hour, but I guarantee you, as this boundary comes across here, it's going to end up being, probably between 30 and 40 miles per hour when it comes to the winds that come across this camera here in just a few minutes. Okay, so that's what we're looking at right now from our Santa Rosa Beach camera. Now, let me go ahead and, while I have that camera up, let me make sure, let me see what's going on with my camera in Inlet Beach, and we may end up turning this around here in just a second. Let's see, we want to go west here with our Inlet Beach camera. So Inlet Beach. Okay, give me one second. I got construction workers that are at my front door. Let me see what they want here real quick. Sorry about that. Okay. So they're doing utility work in the neighborhood and they need to do something. So I apologize. Okay, so what we're looking at now, this is our Inlet Beach camera. This is looking obviously to the west. So we'll be looking for that same shelf cloud to become a little more apparent here over time as it moves to the off to the east. But you can definitely tell from the Santa Rosa Beach camera, this is farther to the west, obviously, and so this gives us a little bit closer, a more immediate view of what's going on with this shelf cloud as it moves towards the camera location. Again, it's near calm right now. So very, very still conditions, but that's all going to change here, and we'll start to see white caps out here across the bay as the wind ends up coming up when this boundary ends up coming through. Now, as we look out over, and you can see this here, I mean, this is just like an amazing view of what we're looking at here. So you see that thunderstorm there, and then we can, and this is coming into Freeport, by the way, too. So if you're in Hammock Bay, Freeport, none of your business, I think I saw you in the chat a little bit ago. You know, let us know what you end up seeing there in Freeport. I'm guessing at least 30 to 40 mile per hour winds is what you're seeing coming across the bay here, in particular the north side of the bay. And then obviously we have strong winds. Let's go over here, 37, 35 miles per hour, and that is up around 293 just north of Seminole. You can see it just came through over towards Valparaiso and Niceville just a few moments ago, and we could go back and look at this over the past 30 minutes. So you see what we have here is this, there you go, the winds that came out of this thunderstorm here and then racing off to the east. And then now we have a flood advisory that they just issued for this area as well, because again, none of this is moving a whole lot. And we talked about the rainfall rates that are up there around 6-7 inches per hour. And it's been raining, you know, coming up on an hour for some of these locations over here. So it's been, you know, some pretty, pretty torrential rainfall there over into Okaloosa County. If we turn on our Safe Strike lightning tracker, you can see just in this view, we were at 400 strikes an hour ago, and now we're over 600 lightning strikes in the past, over in the past 15 minutes. You can see Shalimar, Destin, Niceville. Again, this is just like non-stop lightning over here in Okaloosa County, and that's why we have this thunderstorm warning that is currently in effect for Okaloosa County. And then you see here, whoops. And then what you're going to end up seeing here is there's your boundary right there that's racing off to the east. And then look, it's now triggering new thunderstorms in additional places. Oh, and by the way, you know, we have this thunderstorm that's still sitting here. It's a stronger storm up near the Lynn Haven area. Let's go quickly and look at Lynn Haven. This is our camera that we have in Lynn Haven. Let me go ahead and swing this. Right now we have more of a westward view here, and we're going to swing this a little bit more to the north, and this is going to give you a little bit better view of the thunderstorm that's located there over towards the Deer Point Lake area. Oh man, yeah. So it's very interesting because, you know, it's obviously like, you know, sunny, relatively speaking, in Lynn Haven. But if you look to the north, it's torrential rain, and I'm getting all those artifacts that are beginning to show up on our camera there in Lynn Haven because of all the lightning that we're seeing up there in the up into the North Bay area, up into the, you know, Lynn Haven, Southport area there in Northern Bay County. So still there, it's 88 with the dew point of 81. Winds are out of the southwest at 17, but that's the view that we're looking at, looking more towards the north up there in Lynn Haven. And that's not a severe, but a strong thunderstorm up there towards the Deer Point Lake area there. And this is looking to the north. And you see that artifact that just showed up? That's because of lightning. Now, let's bring it back over real quick to our Santa Rosa Beach camera, because this should be about overhead right now, this shelf cloud. So yes. So right now it's still 88 over 81. But you'll see this wind right now is still pretty much calm, west wind at 1 mile per hour, but you can't see that shelf anymore. Now, let's see. Let's see. Heading up, pouring rain, lightning, and thunder in Margaritaville. Nicole, I have a picture of the clouds coming in. Here, give me 1 second. Let me pop up the chat here real quick. It's good to see so many different names in the chat here right now. I appreciate you guys tuning in, and don't be afraid to share this to your social media pages that you're watching. Lets people know that like Facebook and YouTube that you like it, and we want to see more of it, and so it'll get populated to more people for us to be able to communicate with more of you. So what we want to do here, limbs are all over in Bayhead, and a tree is down on the side of the road in someone's yard. Nicole has a picture of the clouds coming in yesterday, and it looked scary view. Yes. Oh yeah. These shelf clouds are crazy. Brad, Eglin issued a tornado warning, but not seeing on the National Weather Service. So, like, the military bases have a very different criteria when it comes to even sounding the alarms. So I would be shocked if there's a tornado there, but like obviously the wind is a threat, and the wind is a threat to all those aircraft that they have out there on the flight line. And I think that's probably why, because in the end, I mean, like, I think we put a little too much into like, is it a tornado or not a tornado? Well, you can have a lot of damage from something that's not a tornado. Well, does that mean it's not important, or that it wasn't worth warning about because it's not a tornado? It's kind of like, sharks. Like, well, if you get barbed by, a ray, but that's not as cool as if you get bit by a shark. So sometimes I feel like tornadoes are kind of talked about in like this rarefied, situation when we see thunderstorms like today that, can still cause a lot of damage. And so they probably are sounding the sirens at the base just because of the fact that of the wind and the lightning, and that can cause plenty of damage. It can damage, aircraft. It can, the canopies that they put over the aircrafts that they park them under out there can cause damage to those. And if those get damaged, then the aircraft can get damaged. So again, I'm not seeing anything that indicates a tornado over at Eglin, but I am seeing a wicked thunderstorm out there that I would not want to be on the flight line or near the flight line or outside if I'm in Niceville, Shalimar, Fort Walton Beach, or Destin with an incredible amount of lightning. And then now we have this boundary that's shooting out through Freeport that's triggering additional showers and thunderstorms. And this just moved across our camera location. And you can see now into Santa Rosa Beach, we're seeing a thunderstorm activity over there towards the Miramar Beach area here this afternoon. Now, this thunderstorm that's over southern Okaloosa County, maybe it's moving at, south at very slightly. Okay, Nikki, let me see here. Weather warning for moderate thunderstorm for Eglin at 2:08 local. A weather warning was issued. Strong winds greater and equal than 35 but less than 50 knots. Not associated with thunderstorms, valid from 14:10 until 15:10. Tornado warning for Eglin, Maine. At 2:35, a tornado warning was declared for Eglin, Maine and the surrounding area. Please take the appropriate protective actions. So there you go. But again, they typically have different criteria, like the fact that they had a weather warning for a moderate thunderstorm. A moderate thunderstorm, that would be like a special weather, probably the equivalent to a special weather statement, like this box that you see up here, which is kind of like a strong thunderstorm, but not a severe thunderstorm. Thank you very much, Nikki, for sharing that. Okay. And then Eglin just canceled the tornado warning. So thank you, Mrs. V. We appreciate that. See, this is the awesome thing about this is like, I don't know everything, and you guys are privy to information that I might not have, and I appreciate y'all sharing it, and maybe we could get to the bottom of what the heck's going on. But you can still see if you're over to the eastern part of Bay County, just north of Callaway. So if you're over into like the Callaway, Parker, Springfield area right now, even if it's not raining, there's a lot of lightning. And you can see right there, boom, lightning, lightning, lightning just outside of the thunderstorm. And that's over near the Callaway area. You can see the thunderstorm activity over into Port St. Joe. It's mainly light rainfall right now. It was a lot more intense, Highland View and Port St. Joe, but it's a lot weaker right now. You can still see, while it's raining in Mexico Beach and St. Joe Beach, and it's raining fairly heavily, the bulk of the lightning and the stronger part of the storm is located to the north, up near the Majet area, to the west of Weewa. Meanwhile, like my poor friends in Weewa, you know, are like, what do we got to do to get some rain? You know, there's like some sprinkles up in Weewa. That's about it. And you still said, I can't remember, someone mentioned something about Bayhead. And yeah, it is like coming down cats and dogs up there on Bayhead, Deer Point Lake, Southport, Lynn Haven, very close to the camera location there. Okay, so this is Lynn Haven. So you can tell it really hasn't changed. Winds are still out of the southwest. It's still pretty breezy, 88 over 82, but you can still see, you see these artifacts there? That's electrical interference because of the lightning from the thunderstorms that are located north of us there. So this is that condo building right there. That's if you're going across from Lynn Haven to Southport, that's on the left-hand side on the water there. That's what you're looking at right there. So again, we're looking kind of up towards the north here. And we'll continue to kind of watch this over the next little bit as we, you know, you can look there to the left, it's not raining, and then obviously there's raining very hard there. Now, someone just mentioned Defuniak Springs. Let's go ahead and widen out the picture here and take a look at what's going on. Oh, the reason why it's windy in Defuniak Springs is you just had an outflow boundary come through. So you see that right there. There's your outflow boundary. And let's go ahead and look at what's going on up in Defuniak Springs. So this is White City right now, but let me go ahead and pull up the camera. This is Walton County, Walton High School. Okay, so this is going to end up pulling up our Walton High School camera. So give it just 1 second here. Hopefully we could get it to come up. Okay, let's go to the EMA. This is on the east side of town, okay? And so you can see that boundary's already come through up at the EMA there on the east side of Defuniak Springs. The reason why you can tell is look at the flag at the bottom part of the screen. You could kind of see the flags kind of outstretched. It's definitely breezy. I wouldn't call it like really windy, but it's probably up there 20 to 30 miles per hour is probably what we're looking at. As we look at live Doppler radar, and here's something. So here's our outflow boundary right here, and then look here. There's another boundary there, and then look, there's our thunderstorms that are now firing up just west and south of Defuniak Springs. And speaking of, let's go back over to, there we go. Let's go back over and look at our Eagle Springs Golf Club camera. So this is basically, so the EMA is on the east side of Defuniak Springs. And if we want to go look over at the Eagle Springs Golf Club, here you go. This is on the west side of Defuniak Springs. And you can see, look at the rain. It is just pouring right now over on the west side of town. And this is where we're seeing that intensifying thunderstorm on the west side of Defuniak Springs. Thanks to the intersection of those two outflow boundaries that we were looking at just a few minutes ago, that's now caused, those two ran into one another, and that caused the rising motion. and what we're currently looking at there in Defuniak Springs on our Eagle Springs camera. Now, let me go ahead, and I also want to look at, you know what I neglected to do when that boundary came over our camera location in Santa Rosa Beach. So let's see, Santa Rosa Beach, wind speed. The wind never really came up. 15 miles an hour was the max that I got in Santa Rosa Beach on our camera there. Let's go ahead and, yeah, because you can see like even the bay right now isn't even white capping. So there's the 331 bridge, and we're looking toward the north up here. Give me 1 second. So if we're looking up the 331, so we're looking up toward the thunderstorm, which right now, if you're in Freeport at 331 and 20, it's raining really hard. It's still kind of thundering and lightning in Hammock Bay, and then there's a little bit more rain just to the west of you as well. But this is all filling in pretty well as far as the amount of showers and thunderstorms that we're seeing now developing here this afternoon up across northwest Florida. Let's see. Let's go ahead and close that out and widen out the picture. And so when we look at this, the areas that we're seeing the thunderstorm activity, there's pretty good thunderstorms, interior sections of Franklin County, western parts of Gulf County, northern and eastern parts of Bay County. There's a pretty good thunderstorm. It's small, but there's a lot of lightning. Someone mentioned earlier over into Hammock Bay, or not Hammock Bay, I'm sorry, Margaritaville. We also have, the thunderstorm that's really kind of exploding up near Defuniak Springs, and it's still going on over into Niceville, VPS, Eglin area, over into Okaloosa County. And then we have big thunderstorms across the northern part of the county that we'll be watching that moving towards Crestview in just a bit as well. It is just incredible. Now, let me go ahead and let's bring up our Mossy Head camera. Because right now, Mossy Head is just, I can't imagine. Let's see, Walton. Give me 1 second. So this is Okaloosa County. This is at Niceville High School. Okay, obviously gray skies. It's pouring there. If we look at, this is Eagle Springs. Still raining right there. Mossy Head. So here we go. This is our camera in Mossy Head. Give it a second here. Hopefully it loads in. It wasn't wanting to behave a lot yesterday, but there you go. So that's in Mossy Head. So this is where it's just absolutely pouring right now, and there's a ton of lightning going on as well at 3:11 this afternoon. Put it this way, you're not going to be seeing many teachers heading out to the car here in just a bit. Now, because that's elementary, I assume they get out at they're already done with school there in Mossy Head. There we go. So that's, it's that's where we're seeing a ton of lightning right now over the Mossy Head area right along I-10, Eagle Springs, the west side of Defuniak Springs. But what we're looking at are just a whole bunch of boundaries that continue to fire up this afternoon, triggering more and more thunderstorms. And even up here, say in Jackson County and over near Graceville, these are small thunderstorms, heavy rain, but there's a good amount of lightning coming out of these. And these are going to be the storms that, end up creating maybe much bigger thunderstorms here over the next little bit. And they're going to throw out outflow boundaries. And we've already seen all the outflow boundaries that have caused all the issues with additional thunderstorms now developing. So there you see west of Defuniak Springs, just to the south and along I-10, and then you see eastern parts of Okaloosa County, but now we have a boundary that's about ready to come through Crestview. Heavy rain and lightning located up there to the north. And if we look at any of the cameras up here in Okaloosa County, let me look here, Crestview. So we'll see if we can see the shelf cloud here in Crestview, or hopefully we can get the camera to pop up. And if not, we can go look at one of our other cameras. Juliet says the wind is crazy in Callaway and there's a ton of thunder. Hey, Victoria, it's good to see you. Yes, Victoria is my cousin. And she's watching us all the way from England. Okay, so Crestview camera's not going to come up here. So let's come back over here and look at live Doppler radar. So what we're looking at here is, if we go back over the past 30 minutes, you can see this little boundary right there pushing down to the south, an outflow coming out of these thunderstorms that are up near Laurel Hill, Campton, Blackman, in northern Okaloosa County, and then additional thunderstorms moving north to south over western Walton County. Portland seeing some rainfall, but it's not as intense as what it was. But you see, as that boundary came through just a little while ago, okay, and a new severe thunderstorm warning. So you see, as that boundary came through, we got this thunderstorm to develop just east of Freeport. Let me go back to right now. And so this includes a little bit of Washington County and Walton County. Severe thunderstorm warning goes until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock for basically Freeport eastward and south of I-10. It does not include Defuniak. I tell you what, if you're west of Defuniak Springs, you're like, what the heck going on? Brianna's asking about hail in Bayhead. Let's look at it. Did you get an alert, Brianna, on your phone from our app? Let me turn off the lightning here. So that is why is right here. You can see, we do see some maybe small hail indicators up into, say, the Southport area on the north side of St. Andrews Bay and Deer Point Lake. So it's possible. We saw a little bit of hail yesterday. Somebody did report like quarter-size hail, which is like severe hail. That's big stuff. But most of the hail really honestly should be on the smaller side. You know, so if you do see hail, Brianna, it's probably going to be like pea-sized type hail. But, you know, let us know if you do end up seeing it. But we are seeing it on Doppler radar, at least that possibility of some hail. We're also seeing that over into the Niceville area. You can see that here towards Eglin, Shalimar, Niceville. The possibility of some small hail up there around 293 there on the north side of the Choctawhatchee Bay this afternoon. Let's see. Good to see you, Kane. Jared, when's all the rain going to move out? That's a good question. Or if you're like someone like myself at my house, when's the rain going to move in? Because I've yet to see any rain at my house. You know, but the vast majority of us have seen some showers and thunderstorms the past few days. You know, the good news is the atmosphere will eventually get worked over. But it may take it until almost everyone ends up seeing showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. You can see, you know, 12-hour rainfall across our area. So if let's move this out. Let's get rid of the arrows here. let's get rid of the warnings. So we just want to kind of focus more on, let's see, we want to focus more on just like where has it rained? And you see where it's rained, like there's like a lot of rainfall. Like if you're coming over here towards like the Niceville, Fort Walton Beach area, you go in here, you're at 3.9 inches of rain, 2 inches of rain, 2.2 inches of rain. North side of the Choctawhatchee Bay, you're at a ½ inch to an inch of rainfall, 1.5 inches of rain. You know, you're over there on the west end of 30A, a ½ inch of rainfall. You know, some heavy rain up here into northern Okaloosa County, close to 1 inch, 1.5 inches of rain up there. But the point is, you look at this map and you see down into Gulf County, there's been some very heavy rainfall. You know, once you look here and like Panama City Beach, Interior Bay County, all of Washington County, almost all of Holmes, almost all of Jackson and Liberty and Gadsden counties have yet to see any rainfall. And you go over to Pensacola and Milton, again, not a lot yet. And so what we'll be watching, well, as these boundaries kind of go out, they'll trigger additional thunderstorms, and then potentially, you know, this map will start filling in. So I show this to you to tell you that there's a lot of folks that have yet to see any showers and thunderstorms. And so, you know, until, you know, we get through the afternoon, early evening, we'll probably continue to see these showers and thunderstorms shifting around over the next few hours, with the possibility of seeing severe weather here this afternoon. So, you know, you just look here at our Safe Strike lightning tracker here. 1,550 lightning strikes just in this view in the past 15 minutes. Is this just afternoon thunderstorms, or is there more to it? Now, I mean, to a certain extent, these are afternoon thunderstorms that we get here in the Panhandle, and some of them can be severe. You know, Debbie wants to know, why is it always when the kids are in transit? And guess what? Kids get out of school when? During the afternoon. When do these storms get going? In the afternoon. When do we not see the storms as often? In the morning when we take them to school, because we don't have the heating of the day. We don't have that rising motion. So that would be why. It seems like it's always when the kids are getting out of school, because that's the peak heating of the day. Joshua says very windy in Panama City. Is it about to get bad? You know, I mean, so like right now, if you look across Bay County, you can see downtown Panama City's not raining. It's mainly light rainfall in Lynn Haven, but across northern parts of the county, and then over into the western part of the county, we're seeing very heavy rainfall. But what we'll likely end up seeing is we will see these showers and thunderstorms probably end up drifting down to the south at some point and bringing some rain, we think, say towards downtown Panama City and maybe out towards the beach. We can see, looking out on the beach, we go to our Sharky's camera there, and look at that. It's very, very windy. Southwest wind at 26 miles per hour is currently what we're looking at there. So, and again, this is looking out to the Gulf, but you know, one of the few spots on Panama City Beach right now that it's raining is right here at Sharky's on the beach as you look Gulfward right now. So we're basically right there is where Sharky's is. Now, okay, so did you notice what ended up, so look at this boundary right here, okay? So that boundary came through, and that's why the wind is like, you know, as much as it can be screaming out of the south, because of that boundary came in, and as it did, it's now allowed for this thunderstorm to kind of pop up. It's given it a little bit of an extra lift. And so that's why we're seeing these thunderstorms over the western part of, you know, St. Andrews Bay over towards Highway 79. Okay, this is our Panama City camera on top of Ascension Sacred Heart Bay, and you can see it's doing a pretty good shimmy, shimmy, shake here this afternoon. Let me go look at the weather data coming from this. 30 miles per hour with a gust to 38 miles an hour. So that was a good catch, Dan, to see that. So, and then it had a peak gust at 49 miles per hour. So, and that's at the hospital there. So for the person, so let's see, severe thunderstorm warning for Bay and Calhoun counties. And then look at that. This is our Emerald Coast OBGYN camera looking across the Gulf. So look at that, the difference there with that boundary. As that boundary moved in from the Gulf and really got that southerly wind kicking up. Look at all the white caps that we're looking at this afternoon, down in Panama City Beach here. So, the wind has really started turning around. Now, if you look over into Lynn Haven, winds are still out of the southwest, and we've had this camera looking kind of more towards the north there, over the northern part of Bay County, towards the, ooh, look at that lightning strike. Nice.
33 mile an hour winds.
Okay, and the winds are now up to 33 miles per hour there in Lynn Haven here. And so that severe thunderstorm warning basically covers, looks like it covers almost all of Bay County. Is that what I'm looking at here? I'm trying to, it's tough to tell with the radar. Yeah, it's most of Bay County has this severe thunderstorm warning that they just issued. Okay, and I was wondering, because I can hear outside right now at my house, I can hear the garage door kind of a little bit, and I was like, oh. But now as I look at live Doppler radar, we just had an outflow boundary that came through out at my house, and that's why the winds are kind of picking up. But man, you just look at Bay County. But you look in Panama City, it's not raining in Panama City, but I had a 49 mile an hour wind on top of the hospital. So there you go.
Yeah, it's all from that outflow boundary. As it moved through here, it was quite wild for a second. The winds definitely picked up. And then that's now kind of intensifying all of this activity across Bay County from Southport through Bayou George, and I get the impression it probably is going to all fill in and then draw back towards the south. So there's going to be a period, maybe a somewhat longer than normal period for summertime of rain, it seems, say from maybe Laguna Beach and areas to the east of that all the way to Tyndall Air Force Base. It's probably going to be quite a long afternoon of rainfall. I mean, even look towards Okaloosa County right now, Chris. We've got a flash flood warning up to 5 inches per hour of rainfall coming down, and it's not really moving either. So there's definitely going to be some commute issues through Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, maybe even over towards Destin, although that's just a little further east from where the heavy rainfall is located. But that's kind of the quieter part of the story. None of these are moving terribly quickly, especially when you have all the boundaries out there to just keep reigniting the rainfall across the panhandle this afternoon. It's extremely windy even over towards you now. The Gulf's starting to get turned up in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's not even raining here. This is just strictly from that outflow that's come up from the Gulf and turned our winds. I know the thing up there says 12 miles an hour, but it's actually instantaneous. It's 36 right now is what we're seeing on that camera. And I had a peak gust there of 39 just a few moments ago, about a minute ago. So, right there's your story in that even in places that aren't seeing rain, the wind is bad. In Panama City, 49 miles an hour. Again, not even raining in downtown.
Yeah, Panama City hasn't changed wind-wise. I mean, we've lost a little bit, but it's still up around 40-mile-per-hour gusts there on top of the hospital. Down towards the ground, I'd say from just peeking outside for a quick second, it's probably closer to 25 or 30, but if I wasn't expecting it, it definitely would have caught my attention. I want to kind of swap back west to Fort Walton Beach again. The conditions there have just about plastered this camera. You're not seeing a whole bunch as rainfall rates remain somewhat high. And then let's get that Panama City camera back up because it's still just whipping around. I've swung things looking towards the north where the storm activity is strongest. And we could bounce between this and Lynnhaven and check out what's going on there as well. But the shake is noticeable. Now, the camera used to do this all the time, Chris, but then we put a pole. It was an 1.5 inch diameter metal pole, and we've added an inch of diameter to that. So it kind of no longer shook unless you get into conditions like this. It's actually a pretty good barometer of just how windy things are outside. And that's, again, in that new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Bay County. That's until 4 o'clock Central Time. Tons of lightning within that. This view alone has over 1,000 strikes in the last 15 minutes. And obviously, we don't need to really look at the radar to gauge wind potential. We've already seen it up close to 50 miles per hour.
Man, I can hear it outside here at my house.
Here's the Santa Rosa Beach as well. More storms working south in Walton County right now. This is looking towards the northeast, and we've got plenty of lightning in this one. The wind already picking up again, too. This looks like a different wind direction, though, Chris, more out of the northwest, especially with the raindrops sort of blowing in that direction as well. Surprisingly, no traffic out there yet. I imagine this view in a few minutes will probably be stuffed full of it. As the rain picks up and people try to get home.
Keith Wilson, who's up in Defuniak, says that they have some big limbs down. So not little limbs, big limbs down up there in Defuniak. And that's from that thunderstorm that intensified there on the west side of town, in particular from west side of Defuniak over into, say, the Mossy Head area.
Yeah, this is the camera on the overpass over by the truck center in Mossy Head. There was a lot of wind here a moment ago. The rain's still coming down, and we'll catch a lightning strike if we stick with it long enough. There's just so much lightning in all of these storms as the sea breeze works north, and then it looks like there's a maybe more potent boundary following in line behind the sea breeze that's just moved Inlet Beach. It's probably given the radar delays, probably passing over like Grayton Beach right now and moving up towards Ebro and the airport in Bay County. And that all came from a thunderstorm that collapsed well to the south of the Panhandle out over the Gulf. But with that, the wind noticeable in Bay County. We'll see if it starts to maybe weaken a bit as it gets further and further inland with the extra friction up there. But otherwise, still going to be the focal point for more storm development. Washington County's been dry so far, maybe the last holdout here, Chris, but I expect that to change pretty soon as that shifts inland.
Yeah. Brad Stevens just sent me this video from down in St. Andrews here. Here. Go away. So, but if you look there, you can see there's the port off into the distance. You can see, there's looks like a sailboat moored there out on the bay. But look at the difference here. If you look at the bay, a little sheltered here. It's a little rough, but then you get out there, looking out towards the port, it is not a pretty place to be. That's Uncle Ernie's right there to the right part of the screen. But that came from, that's from Brad Stevens that has Sunjammers there. And again, this shows the sheltering. You're doing okay. This is the marina there, but the white caps that you end up having farther out there. There's another look at it there. Take a look. But thanks to Brad for sending those in. That's what it looked like. But I mean, like, too, that's like what you end up seeing when you end up with 50-mile-an-hour winds, which was what we had not too far away from that location. And then this is up in Lynn Haven, looking to the north, where it's continuing just to pour there. Wind is at 11 miles an hour is what we're looking at currently there in Lynn Haven. And then here we are just hanging out in Jackson County. I wish I could say that like Jackson County was going to like, hey, it's not your day, because it seems like every day is Jackson County's day, but I have a feeling in the end it's not going to be a whole lot different in Jackson County. You're going to end up seeing big showers and thunderstorms. And that picture right there from our Williams Paint and Body camera at the Hampton Inn, looking off to the kind of northwest, tells you what's coming in, which is heavy rain and lightning, and that's moving toward the camera location here very, very shortly. As a matter of fact, it's raining up on 90, not necessarily like right on the edge of 90. It hasn't made it to I-10, but it's coming. It's 94 right now.
Yeah, this is 231, just past 2301. You can see the double stacked lights there that never seem to really make sense off to the top left side of the screen. Not really into the rain just yet, but you could see it like just at the very edge of this view at the traffic light. And already obviously pretty windy, the camera's shaking there. So this is driving, we're looking back towards the southwest. You've got the northbound and the southbound lanes, even a car pulled off there. But this will be a pretty interesting view as storms are really starting to pop up all across the county, obviously, but strengthening too. Just south of here over 2301, we're seeing a ton of lightning strikes there all the way over towards the Deer Point Dam. And then further south, I'm not hearing any rain like in the Highland Park area yet, although my ears are plugged with earplugs. But you can definitely hear the lightning and thunder out there. It's just like prolific, Chris. Constant noise. Which I'm having fun. I don't think everybody else is having fun.
No, if you have a dog, probably not, for sure.
Oh, definitely not. The Thunder shirts need to come out tonight.
Oh, so like, here's the thing. I was just looking at radar here and you just pulled it up. I mean, like, how much of our area right now is covered by heavy rain and thunderstorms?
Kicking yourself for not putting 100% on there.
I mean, it has really gotten going. And, you know, when you look at 2 hours ago, it was basically like raining in Gulf County, and that was about it. And then since that time, and that's pretty awesome there, what Dan's pulling up on live Doppler radar. Look at that boundary.
Yeah, that's amazing. So there's just this giant swath of winds from southwestern Washington County all the way out over the Gulf. As that moves through, it really starts to pick up like we saw over the Panama City camera at the hospital. Then you have more areas of just divergent wind. Any of these green spaces could be areas where you're seeing at least a strong wind gust, 35 to 40 miles per hour. And you've got tons of it spread across the little blips across the bay, down towards Laguna Beach, and then East Callaway along 22 as you drive towards the east, towards Weewahitchka. There's a ton of wind there. The storm we were talking about up towards like the Mossy Head area, that now on the eastern side of it, as you get east of Defuniak Springs, also has a pretty strong area of straight line winds too. And then even where there's like not severe storm warnings, even some of the little pop-ups near Chipley and Mariana, also producing some winds too. So these things are going up fast and they're collapsing. Probably the strongest storm collapses we've seen so far this week. Hence the very strong winds that we felt even outside of rain along the Bay County coastline.
If you want, Dan, go back and look at the thunderstorm that was over in Niceville when that thing collapsed and the winds that ended up coming out of that, you may have to go back 2 hours because I think it might have been more than an hour ago. You see, there it is. And then, boom, that was that outflow that shot off to the east. And then look at that next, I mean, again, this is like, as we say, whack-a-mole with all of these thunderstorms. And this all started, at least part of this started like with that storm in Okaloosa County.
You could just see how the winds from that storm, I've drawn it up in blue there, from all the way back into the western Choctawhatchee Bay between Fort Walton Beach and Niceville. The winds from that storm collapse have spread all the way into eastern Walton County, moving towards Washington County now. And actually, we're still strong enough to prompt, as it collapsed or collided with a new developing storm, a second severe thunderstorm warning, and that's right next to the radar.
Yes.
And I mean, those are pretty strong winds that we're seeing right now up through eastern Walton County.
Yeah, and you're at like 100, 200 feet,
Yeah, this is 74 feet, actually.
Yeah.
And there's, 50 plus kind of just collapsing in with this storm along Red Bay as you drive north from Bruce, all moving towards Live Oak. That new polygon will probably come in here soon because this is all still heading a little more northeast than the actual severe thunderstorm warning box that was drawn facing towards the north. So there's a good chance that we'll get an additional severe thunderstorm warning for this little swath of winds inside of a thunderstorm, and there's plenty more where that came from up towards Ponce de Leon. And northeast of Definiak Springs, you see a similar brightness of wind up there too. So there's plenty of wind to go around in these storms right now.
Yeah, I was just going to check our Inlet Beach camera, still at 33 miles an hour. I mean, it went up and it's just staying up. So in that 30 to 40 mile an hour range in Inlet Beach. And that boundary is just coming right down the beach too. So you had the one boundary that moved from the Gulf inland that got the winds churned up, but now we have this other boundary that Dan highlighted on radar that's sliding down the beach back towards through South Walton. And this is what, Panama City? And Panama City is 24 miles an hour. But we, we're up there at 49 miles an hour was a peak gust. But even so, like right now, it's, mean is 14, max is 30 right now.
Hold on. Just checking back in with the Inlet Beach weather sensor. Winds are still like pretty strong out by your house.
Yeah.
Along the coast, actually, we got to 40 there, like you talked about, but we're still holding on to maybe 30 plus mile per hour winds. These aren't airport quality sensors, so I haven't quite figured out if they under or overestimate yet, or if they're just right. But that's really whipping around out in Inlet Beach and all the way down the South Walton beaches, stretching back even in towards Destin. I'd imagine there's still some wind going on there. There's still a thunderstorm. We haven't quite had the severe thunderstorm warning updates coming through with that, but it's still a decently strong storm, and that flash flood warning continues as well. That's until 4:45 Central Time.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to go take down the umbrella by the pool.
That's probably the right strategy. It's definitely windy out there. So new folks joining us here this afternoon. Very warm atmosphere has allowed for a flurry of activity to pop up on the radar right now. And we really have to just take a lap as far as what's going on. And I have to turn off all of the lightning to even see what's going on. As Stormy says, there's some flooding off 98. Friend is stuck there. Car's underwater. Geez. I'm not surprised by it. Is that 98 in through like Okaloosa County, I'd imagine, or even into Walton County now? Look at the strength of the storm that we have sliding eastward right now through Walton County. So this is southeast of Fluffy Landing. It's past the Choctawhatchee Bay, sliding through Seagrove, moving towards Alice Beach, Rosemary, and Inlet Beach, and then eventually into western Panama City Beach, like out on the west end towards Caroline. You're probably looking at 15 minutes or so from now, a pretty strong swath of winds. That's popped up right there on the radar circled, and we're able to sample some pretty intense stuff within that as this all starts to follow that collapse over towards the east. And then there's just a mess in Bay County right now as you look across Lynn Haven and areas north into Southport. South of 231, pretty strong storm near Brandonville, kind of attached to the rest of this activity right now. That stretches down to Callaway, through Bayview, Panama City, St. Andrews area, down into the Cove, Parker. Less than likely that you're seeing even significant rainfall, but still windy out there, and lightning potential remains high too. So even if it's not raining, say from lower Grand Lagoon all the way over towards Parker and some of the areas in between, still probably want to find a spot indoors as lightning's coming out of these storms from all angles. Meanwhile, some stronger winds possible up towards Broad Branch and Kynard, that's east of Youngstown, east of 231 into Calhoun County. Up towards Econfina, some stronger winds possible too in this thunderstorm that's just kind of parked over Bay County right now. We also have a mess of boundaries. Basically, these little lines, there's the sea breeze, there's the outflow from a storm. You have the collapse of other storms north of that near Chipley. That's helping to start more activity. You've got a little cell in Combs County right now, some more heavy rain in Chipley, and then activities kind of starting to flourish across Jackson County as well for the time being. Crestview is still picking up on rain, as is most of Okaloosa County. We saw some stronger winds through Defeatiac Springs and Mossy Head. That's working its way south too. And I guess the hope is this afternoon and evening that with that boundary shifting its way across the area from west to east now from the first really strong storm we had on top of Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, is that hopefully that kind of clears things out sooner rather than later. Although there's still a lot of distance to cover as far as our coverage area. And we've learned the last few nights. That was probably right out back. We've learned the last few nights that these things like to really hold on until all of the warmth is gone from the atmosphere. That was probably the power lines out back, Chris, if I had to guess.
Yes, that definitely sounded close. It is torrential rainfall up on our camera there in Lynn Haven. You could see maybe about a half mile would be about all your visibility is. And the lightning is pretty prolific up there as well.
Ashley was wanting to know if it's supposed to even come to Parker. I think it's going to be a delayed arrival, Chris. Like, you're going to just be watching it to your north for a little while here, and then eventually you'll get some extra lifting mechanisms to sweep through from the west, and everything that hasn't maybe seen any rain yet will very quickly find that filling in over like Panama City, St. Andrews, Parker, down through the Cove. I don't think just because the Bay County bubble played you on the first round of rain means that you're just not getting any for today. There's still a whole lot working from the west from that first storm collapsing.
Yeah, let's look real quick at your Mariana camera because I think we have a boundary. Yep, there it is. About right. Yeah. Ooh. So this is our Williams Paint and Body camera. They're 95 degrees still, though. Winds are out of the north at 6 miles per hour. And right now, it's still like raining in downtown Mariana, kind of. You're like right on the edge of it. But like the worst of the weather is like kind of between Mariana and Cottondale right now in points northward. And then if you're in Chipley, it's pretty nasty right now as well. It's a small storm, but there's a ton of lightning and very heavy rain. And then we have that boundary that Dan was talking about that is about ready to collide with another boundary. One moving one moving south, and I have to get storms popping here in a minute.
It's a little difficult to focus on this town. It's enough that I have like blackout curtains and stuff in here, and I can still see it.
Jeez.
But the rain is just about now filled in. You could probably start to hear it soon, kind of coming down on the rooftops. So there's a little bit of activity working west. You know, it's made it to Transmitter Road, then east, then where 231 meets 15th. It looks like there's a little bit of a westward motion to that boundary of rainfall. So a good chunk of us are going to end up seeing this here soon as far as rain is concerned. We got a comment from YouTube. There's some small hail, Chris, up in the Bayou George, pea-size hail.
I just let the weather service know.
Keep an eye out for that. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Our hail product's been kind of pointing towards all sorts of stuff like that within different areas inside of these thunderstorms. They're just so tall.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look how
Panama City.
Look how fast the clouds are moving.
Well, they're about 300 feet up based on my my flight training days. Like, these are very low cloud bases.
And look how dark they are. I mean, they're just like completely saturated. What's darker, Dan's curtains or these clouds?
I know. I really don't know which way to swing this.
Well, this kind of like goes with what you're talking about. Was it someone asking about Callaway or Parker? Like, you know, it still has not rained. Like, let's say you're downtown at the marina. Like, it has not rained there. Like, it's like a triangle, like of a small area that is still not rained.
Oh, it's about to. That storm probably over my house has collapsed, and now we're seeing this fire towards the west again. It's always cool when you can follow cloud motion like in real time. We don't need to time lapse this. You can watch the west progression. So this is the hospital in downtown Panama City along Business 98. Wasn't raining for all of the coverage so far, but you see the like the greenish blue hue to the sky. Where rain is starting to move back west, and it's here now in Springfield, where I'm located. Just buckets of rain. I'm north of 15th, and tons of lightning very, very close to my backyard, which is killing me. I can't go to a window and watch it right now, but
hey, go look at what's going on in Wausau right now on radar. It's crazy. Like, look at the boundary. Yeah. Look at this.
Let's spend some time on radar here. I think we've told the story with cameras, and now it's just about where and when is the next spot going to see rain.
Well, we'll check the echo tops here in just a second, because that little yellow near Vernon is about ready to go.
Yeah, Vernon, Wausau, about to be just formed overhead. Outflow is moving south. So there's another boundary from the storm in Jackson County and Chipley. That's going to collide with the sea breeze. And basically all in through Washington County, Alford, Alpha, up through Crystal Lake along 231, Fountain. For the most part, dry right now, but this is going to be a pretty large thunderstorm here in just a second. I mean, you've got all the ingredients necessary for a big burst of thunderstorm activity. Special weather statement in place for that right now. Could be a severe thunderstorm warning later this afternoon.
Well, I think that boundary that's coming from the west, I think that's your boundary that came out of the thunderstorm. Like, it's partially related to that thunderstorm in Niceville.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
definitely pieces of it.
It's kind of getting absorbed by the outflow from the storms over Bay County moving north, but like, this is just wild. And it is like finally raining at my house, and it is just teeming right now. Although right at the coast, there's not much lightning. It's all offshore in South Walton.
Yeah, look at Panama City, for example. We were talking about that big U shape. And watch out Lynn Haven. I think you could have some pea-sized hail coming down here in just a second, too. There are huge, bursts of higher reflectivity values, pinks, whites. We might even get some black-colored pixels here in just a second, where the storm is growing in such an explosive way. North of 231, that's up towards like the what's the golf course called? It's the walking course, the Lynn Haven Nature Park.
You mean
It's right there.
You're talking about Panama Country Club?
No. There's that people like go. And I have a feeling you're about to start having some hail coming down in north of 231, east of 77 areas here. That's a pretty impressive growth of the storm.
Bayou Park, Katie says.
Nature walk, yeah.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Used to be a great place to go after the morning show because there's nobody out there at 2 in the afternoon. So the strongest winds right now, Brannonville down towards Cedar Grove, Transmitter Road area as it meets 15th, around the bend there. That's over by like the Ace Hardware. And then we still have like that outflow ripping probably 30 to 35 mile an hour winds, Chris, right on top of 79 as you get close to Pier Park. The winds will be picking up here in just a second. Like I wish the Panama City beach camera was double-sided so we could watch both ends of this.
Yeah.
It looks like along 22, as you get south of Callaway, there's also some stronger winds there, maybe moving south towards Tyndall Air Force Base. 48-mile-per-hour winds look like the max from radar sampling here. And there's a lot of that all across the Panhandle right now. I mean, look at the amount of lightning over Ebro. They're sick and tired, Chris, talking about showers and storms in Ebro.
Oh, they wore it last night for quite a while.
I'm going to turn off the flood alerts here because there's just too many boxes on screen.
Yeah. You can turn off the marine stuff too if you want.
Yeah, definitely.
28 in Lynn Haven now.
Yeah, there's some really strong winds in Lynn Haven. Knight's Insights on YouTube. The hail is more consistent in Bayou George now. That's consistent with what we were seeing on the radar, Chris. Potentially a little larger as well. Wind gusts in Lynn Haven up into the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. It's really whipping down towards the bottom of the screen. Sounds like it's ripping in your house, Chris.
Lila's home.
I'll mute your mic for a second. This is a live view in Lynn Haven. I'm panning the camera down here. So here's just one view from one spot inside of a much larger thunderstorm in the Bay County area. And the wind speeds are really starting to pick up here. Look towards the trees. I mean, that's amazing. Bayhead's still flooding. Thanks for the report, Brianna. Lightning really close to the camera here. Ashley reports that it's getting windier in Parker as expected. As these are live pictures from A.L. Kinsall Park over on the bay side of things. This is pretty impressive strong winds. Our camera sensor right now is that little white dot you see on the bottom left part of the fence, like out in left field there. That's what's measuring the winds, and the winds are now up to 40 miles per hour at the moment on this camera. So this is a pretty impressive view of what's going on, similar to what we saw on top of the hospital a few moments ago.
Yeah.
Now moving in through Lynn Haven. Meanwhile, Mariana, we've got the heavy rain moving closer. A boundary's already blasted through, and this is 71 and I-10. It's about to be a gully washer there, Chris.
It is. Let's see. Yeah. So the rain is at I-10 right now. So. So it's like, what, a few hundred yards away from our camera location in there in Mariana on our Williams Paint and Body camera. And then look at that. That's just incredible.
Yeah, we're up closer to 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds in Lynn Haven right now. So definitely want to get like indoors. I mean, this is not like watch outside weather anymore with the wind going along with the lightning. Oh, it's picking up there, Chris. Are you seeing this?
Yes.
So that was 50-mile-per-hour winds. Just briefly. Haley reporting the trees are blowing sideways south of I-10 between Bonifay and Chipley. A similar report from Thomas, who says it's getting dark up in Bonifay. And so that's this mess across Washington County. There's not a whole lot jumping off screen rainfall-wise, although a small cell up near Chipley is growing for sure. But look at this. You have a boundary there. I'll draw them on in white. There's a boundary from John Crossroad to Alford, Compass Lake to Wausau, and then back towards Holmes Valley. All of these are intersecting, and we're going to just see tons of rain, lightning, and the wind potential fill in from Washington County up towards Ponce de Leon. Bonifay could get some as well. It's just about everybody's going to see some rain here, it looks like, through the next few hours. It's just, yeah, that's a good way to put it from Iris. Monsoon-type rainfall in Lynn Haven right now. Tons of lightning through Panama City as well. Still have to watch, too. I might lose power here in just a second. Just had some flickering. We still have this to keep an eye on for Chris.
Yeah.
Throw that back on screen.
And I think that was part of why they issued that flood advisory.
Well, there's good reason for that, because if we go back to the camera in Lynn Haven, the dog park there is already starting to become saturated. And while we look at that stuff, I'm going to pull up a few different views in Jackson County. Actually, this is amazing. I wasn't sure what I was looking at when I clicked here. This is 231 right now.
Jeez.
And you're not seeing anything. Thank you, Sylvia. Sylvia reports Bruce has no power. We all could probably face, some brief power issues between the lightning and the wind right now.
Amber said that, if you remember, Amber and her husband are in Graceville, and she said they didn't have power all night up there from those storms.
Yeah, definitely get your phones on chargers just in case. Whew. That was close.
Yeah, we can probably, let's look real quickly at national, let's look at the power outages, and we'll turn off lightning here. So if we look at our power outages, Santa Rosa 500, 1500 Okaloosa, 3000 Walton, 100 in Holmes, and 500 currently in Bay County. So those are your current power outages as of right now, this afternoon. So, we're coming up on 5,000 people in the Panhandle. 5,000, not people, 5,000 customers. It would obviously be more people than that.
But a few questions from Facebook and YouTube ask if there's a tornado threat. That's really not a part of what we're expecting for today. It's a straight line wind environment that we're kind of monitoring today, as these storms just collapse and these boundaries can really contain some pretty strong winds. Wow.
Yeah. And it's like a pretty incredible amount of lightning offshore of Destin and South Walton right now.
Oh, yeah. This is up near Chipley. This is near Falling Waters, was it? I forget where I clicked already. Some of the wet conditions on I-10 right now. Probably not the best camera view to pick. The storms up in Washington County have now transitioned a little further south of I-10. Like, the core of things is probably just a half a mile or so south of this current location that we're watching, and then there's more developing near Caryville, Bonifay, up towards Hooverville. There's severe thunderstorm warning in effect there until 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time.
Sherry says that Freeport's officially a lake.
Yeah, I believe it. The rain rates right now remain, I mean,
7.
It's summer, but they're very impressive. And it's the areas where you could get a half an hour worth of this, or maybe even 45 minutes worth of this 6, 7, 8 inch per hour rainfall rates that you really could be facing some flooding issues. It's not the sort of thing that lasts forever, but at least for tonight, you know, you talk about roadway flooding issues, parking lots, low-lying areas, flash flood warnings are not out of the question. We've already had one back into southern Okaloosa County. But it looks like no longer a severe thunderstorm warning for Bay County outside of the western part of the county. That's where this huge cluster of lightning is, south of Ebro right now. That's an impressive-looking storm containing winds that are working east. So moving through like Margaritaville right now, there are some pretty decent winds, kind of like what we were seeing on the Panama City camera and the Lynn Haven camera. That's working eastward towards the airport, West Bay. We're probably, well, it's right on the leading edge of Inlet Beach. So, you know, 15 minutes or so away from seeing that slide closer to like the Laguna Beach area. Yeah, the garage door's wearing it, Chris.
Yes.
It sounds uncomfortable.
It is still pouring here. And you know why I know that? Well, obviously the sound, but the reason why this is all happening is the pool was getting very low. And so I was like, I need to put a few inches in the pool yesterday. And I guarantee you.
That's why all of this is happening.
Yes, the pool is probably overflowing now.
I just zoomed in the radar again on Washington County, where that new severe thunderstorm warning was issued until 5 o'clock Central Time. And between Vernon and Wausau, there's a huge cell starting to go up. That's kind of what we were talking about. These boundaries all coming together. I think that was over my house. So there's a ton more filling in there as well. How long is this expected to last in Panama City? Well, unfortunately, I think it could be a little while. The peak of intensity like we're in right now, perhaps not that long. But man, this rain is a lot more persistent as we switch back to the Panama City camera on top of the hospital.
Yeah. It is, yeah, finally, you know, this is one of the spots that had avoided it for quite a while. You had the wind and everything, but now you're getting the wind, the rain, the lightning in downtown. And like the worst of it in town is basically like Dan's house to the south now. Yeah. Like he's just on the edge of kind of the worst of it.
Confirm that. Not the most pleasant of. Sherry's mentioned that we're crazy in Alice Beach, which is right as that boundary moves through.
Yeah, so wife confirms the pool is full. Of course.
Yeah,